So we stand on green tape. Firefighter faces. And we took
Hey Terry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Hey, Mayor, can you hear me?
Can you guys hear Terry? Go ahead. You're maxed out, Terry. Say something normal and see how you sound.
Hello, everyone. Yeah. How's it going?
Okay, yeah. Okay. They're nodding their heads. I don't know.
I've got the proclamation pulled up, so you don't have to hand it to me. You
Okay.
can yeah.
So you did the one before?
Yes, the one or the two before.
Just one.
Okay.
Because we have a pool on here otherwise, so that won't have to delay any of our other business or anything like that. So it'll be just great.
Okay.
Okay? Yeah.
Right there.
Okay.
Yep.
Cheryl, your microphone. Your microphone. Audra, your microphone.
Yes, sir. I will now call to order our regularly scheduled Apex Town Council meeting for Tuesday, August 18th, 2020. And I would like to welcome those who have joined us live stream. Just a quick reminder, if you haven't already, if you plan to speak in our public forum or public hearing, please make your way to right here to my right and sign up on the appropriate sheet so we can get you up and presenting your topic. We'd like to start the meeting with an invocation, and what I would like to do is read a statement before we do that. The town of Apex values and celebrates diversity and inclusion. We see diversity as a strength that binds our community together. Inviting members from different faith communities to deliver an invocation at the beginning of our council meetings supports this unity. Recognizing that not everyone practices the same traditions, we welcome you to have a private moment of silence during this time. At this time, I would like to invite up Iman Muaz from the Apex Mosque to lead us in invocation.
The Almighty says in chapter 49 of the Holy Quran, O mankind, we have created you from a male and a female, and we have made you races and tribes and nations so that you may get to know one another. So I'd like to give my sincere thanks to our Mayor Gilbert for being inclusive to all faith communities in our town. And I would like to thank all those who work to make Apex a caring and welcoming community. Let us pray. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. I begin and pray in the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. O our Lord, we thank you for bringing us together today to serve our beautiful community of Apex, which you have blessed us with under your love and care, and we ask you to grant us guidance and ability to be just and to stand up for the truth. O the one who cures, we thank you for blessing us with good health, and we ask you to grant cure to those who are tested with illness. O our sustainer, we thank you for providing us, and we ask you to grant sustenance to those who are tested with loss. O our protector, we are grateful to you. We are grateful to and for all those who serve us, those who we know of and those who we don't, and we ask you to protect them all. We ask you to put your light and guidance into our hearts and the ability to commit ourselves to not betray our prayers with actions that contradict them. We ask you, the all-seeing, the all-hearing, and the all-knowing, to bless us with even better than what we have asked from you. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. Just a quick reminder, I guess with everybody standing, I guess for social distancing, they're good to go. Is that? If you could find a seat, that would be very helpful. Where's Chief McGee? Is everybody okay on the back? Is that all right?
Are you all together, same household?
Okay.
Same household, that's kind of the dividing piece. Yeah.
Okay, we're good. All right, thank you very much. Just want to make sure we get that right. We'll now move to our presentations. We'll start with a presentation of proclamation recognizing the League of Women Voters of Wake County. And we're going to share in that reading this evening. Very important proclamation. We're excited about it, and what an amazing time. So we do have someone here representing the organization. If you would, give us your name.
I'm Diana Wynn, President of the League of Women Voters of Wake County.
Okay, all right. Do you mind if we share in the reading and present the
Of
proclamation?
course.
All right. We'll start with Councilmember Stallings.
Okay. So we are celebrating the 100th anniversary of the League of Women Voters and also this important proclamation for women. Whereas the movement to enfranchise women began in July 1848 at a convention in Seneca Falls, New York, and whereas the women's suffrage movement led to the passage by Congress of the 19th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States in 1919 and was ratified by the states by the summer of 1920, and
whereas the National Women's Suffrage Association dissolved in 1920 to create the League of Women Voters of the United States for the purpose of educating voters and registering women to vote, and
whereas the League of Women Voters of Wake County first met on September 27, 1920, and whereas approximately 120,000 North Carolina women registered to vote for the November 1920 election, and
Whereas women today constitute a majority vote in North Carolina and in the United States, are running for office in greater numbers, and are more active in the election process than ever before in history.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Apex Town Council recognizes the historic impact of the 19th Amendment on women's voting rights and on the civic life of women in our community in North Carolina and in the nation, and be it further resolved that the Town of Apex recognizes the League of Women Voters of Wake County for their work to promote citizen engagements since their founding in 1920. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the Town of Apex, North Carolina, to be affixed this 18th day of August 2020. Signed, Jacques K. Gilbert, Town of Apex Mayor. Okay.
Thank you. May I say a couple words?
Sure.
Thank you so much for this proclamation. Next week, we will be commemorating Women's Equality Day, which is August 26th, and that is the day that the U.S. Secretary of State certified the 19th Amendment into law. However, today is the 100th anniversary of the day that Tennessee became the 36th and final state to ratify the 19th Amendment. So I think that the proclamation is particularly appropriate today. I do have to say, though, that it's important that we put the 19th Amendment into a larger historical context. It certainly was an important milestone for voting rights. However, the reality is it primarily benefited white women at the time. And women of color and men of color fought for many decades, well into the 1960s, and quite frankly, until today, for full voting rights. Much has changed since 1920, but I'm struck by some of the similarities. In 1920, they were facing a major presidential election. Also, during that time, the suffragists were dealing with the challenge of their own pandemic from 1918 into 1920, yet, in spite of that, they persisted and fought for their voting rights. And I think the best way to honor not just the suffragists, but all those who have come before us to fight for our voting rights is to get out and vote, in spite of the challenges that we may see ahead of us. You can vote by mail-in voting, by early voting, or go vote on Election Day. But the vote only matters if you use it. On behalf of the League of Women Voters, we thank you for the proclamation.
Thank you so much. What an important message for us, and thank you for coming out. If everyone would join me in a round of applause or raise the roof, whichever one you want to do. All right. Oh, I'll go ahead and sign it real quick.
Thank you so much for your words.
Thank you so much. All right, we'll now move to our second presentation. John Bosio with Jenna Shouts, Long Range Planner, Town of Apex.
Thank you so much. So this evening, we'd like to provide an update on the Town of Apex Wayfinding Signage Program. The purpose of this program is to provide attractive and consistent information to assist residents and visitors as they navigate to key destinations in town. And the products that will come out of this program is a wayfinding signage location plan, as well as a messaging plan and key designs for each location in town. And then the next step in the process will be to fabricate and install the signs. So I'm going to hand it over.
You want to point your...
Thank you, yeah. And the town has is that better, or is it still coming?
No. Better, I think.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So the town has partnered with Merge, an environmental design firm, to lead this project. So I'm going to hand it over to John Bosio to lead the presentation.
Can I take it off?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon or evening. I'm John Bosio with Merge. Thank you for having me here today. We are the consultant who is developing the wayfinding plan for the town of Apex. As I sort of start wayfinding presentations often, I did not invent wayfinding. Wayfinding is out there. You can see there's lots of signs. The intent of a wayfinding program, and I should mention that Merge, we are designers and planners. We don't build or install signs, so there's no sort of end product in that case for on our end. But you can see there's lots of wayfinding out there in Apex now. The intent of a wayfinding program is to market Apex to your visitors and to people who are passing through the assets, community assets, but it's also to cut down on signage clutter and visual clutter, clean it up, make it a little bit more consistent, and so people can anticipate information. At the same time, Apex has been going through a branding and identity program, which we've brought into that process as well, so it's a really good timing aspect of it. But I always like to show photos like this because it's out there now. If you think about wayfinding, wayfinding is not just signs, although that's a big part of what we're going to talk about today, but if you think of it big picture in, so as you arrive to Apex, you're welcomed and you let people know that you have arrived into it. You have a lot of gateways coming into Apex. You do not have a very clear boundary coming into Apex. It's one of the most complicated ones I've ever worked with. So there's lots of gateways. Now, I think so. And some of those gateways may be a wow gateway where you really want to identify that you've arrived, and other gateways may just be a boundary marker, a simple little sign that just says, hey, you've passed in. So that's part of the process we're going through now. We're looking a lot at downtown. So what is the historic sort of boundary of downtown, but also what is the perceived boundary of downtown? So I think you can expand it from Hunter down to Williams, and we're looking at that. And downtown will have much more sort of pedestrian-oriented elements, kiosks that tell you different kind of stories. And we really want to get people to parking, so we'll talk about that in a moment. We've been working with the staff advisory committee as well as stakeholders to come up with a destination list. For the most part, wayfinding programs are guided by rules from the NC Department of Transportation. We do not direct to individual businesses. It's mostly nonprofit, government facilities, parks and rec, historic sites, those kind of things. There is agritourism, which you have here in Apex, which we may be able to include in the program that we're looking into. Downtown, we really want to help parking. I mean, I think whenever we work in a downtown, parking is a really big deal, and identifying it clearly, directing to it. Some lots you can use during the week and not on weekends and those sort of things, so we're sort of working through that as well. As we've gone through sort of the master plan, and this is really just sort of a summary of some of the topics, we've started to identify what types of signs might be included. Now, what you see here is not any design, it's just sort of the scale and the scope of gateway signs, parking elements, pedestrian elements. We've talked about kiosks, so you could even do a digital kiosk or a static kiosk, things that we continue to talk about and work through. The signs for the parks, they're going to remain. They're not really going to change. We've involved the Parks Department, and you have really good signs. I mean, Jen and I were driving around all day looking at signs. The parks are really well identified, but direction to the parks, that's another story. So we're going to try to increase that portion of it. We've gone through a process of schematic design. We've designed 3 design options, and through that we've landed on a 4th option. I'll share those 3 with you and then talk a little bit about who was involved in that process. So each option starts with sort of an inspiration board or mood board. This first option was really looking at architecture and trying to make it look a little bit more crafted. We brought in some elements from the awnings. I think that's a little bit unique to downtown Apex. Also, at what level do you bring in the new identity, the Apex, the new A element? More historic poles, bringing brick into this option. The second option is we're really sort of brand heavy as far as the new identity. So we brought in the green and the logo at the top of the sign, sort of a more modern sort of shape and curve to it. Identification, again, for parking and making sure those lots are identified. A kiosk with sort of a mix of materials with brick and wood, and then also having a canopy. And then the last one was classic, elegant charm. So this one we tried to bring in some of the elements that are out there now to see if there was a mix that we can, or a blending we could do to that, where you have the more historic signs out there that are the circle with the arrow element. So we brought in that bracket. No one liked this option, by the way. I mean, there's always one option nobody likes. This was that one. So we sort of went back and we looked at doing an option 4. So we got lots of comments through that. And this is who was involved in that process. We had a staff advisory committee, downtown restaurant owners, the retail merchants in downtown, tourism, programming, public space, public safety, infrastructure, and some historical society folks. So we also met with NCDOT. So they've been part of the process from the very beginning. We've looked at some locations with them. They will continue because that is a big portion of your wayfinding is those DOT roads and what they will allow. We've done lots of projects in North Carolina, so we're really comfortable with working with them. Some of the feedback we got from those groups were option 1 and 2 are looking at the basis for design. So that's when we do those 3 options, we're just looking for that basis. The color palettes from option 1 and 2 were favored. They like the materials from option 1 as well as the finials. The brick base and the kiosk, they like that element. So other design elements, the panel shape from option 2, the kiosks in option 1 and 2, the canopy in the kiosk, unique elements like the scalloped panel, which is unique to the canopies in Apex. And just trying to look to see how we can distinguish it from other neighboring communities. So we worked on the Cary system years and years ago, but then we looked at Holly Springs and some others just to make sure that we were making Apex sort of different from those. So we've landed on option 4. And this is option 4. It has the Apex A, the new identity. I think people really sort of gravitated towards the panel version where that was at the top and identifying Apex. So as you go through the community, it's a pretty large community. You can go pretty far out and not realize you're still in Apex. So I think that's a really good sort of recommendation there. And then brought in some of those color palettes. Again, in downtown, we may have that sort of awning shape. But as we move outside of it, it simplifies when we're on sort of a higher speed road. Again, identification of parking with sort of that recognizable P, as well as pedestrian elements and the kiosks. So the kiosks will have maps. They will also have a historic panel on the side. So that was something that came out of the stakeholder meetings, that being able to tell people the story of Apex, where your name came from. Not everybody knows where the name came from. Bringing in sort of that sign of character and culture into some of the design elements. So here you see sort of the higher speed signs on the right, which are required by DOT. They have 6-inch high copy and certain speed limits. The back of the sign, people really like the back. That particular graphic on the back was something that was favored. Again, the parking. The sides of a pedestrian element where it might have a historic panel. And the kiosks. And then we just drop them in to some photos just so you can see what it might look like in sort of the scale. So pedestrian signs are relatively small, giving you information, say, to the depot and to the caboose. Coming in, you could start to see directing to the Arts Center. And then when you're on the more rural or suburban, higher speed roads, that kind of sign has to get a little bit larger. As part of this, we are designing a new map for downtown. So we've started to do that. So a simplified map that gives you an orientation. So think about, you arrive in your car, you've parked your car, you get out, and there's a map. Where am I? Where are things? How close are they? And that will start to give you an idea of that. We are starting to look at an order of magnitude budget. I will say with the budget, ultimately, it's what this council decides to spend on the project. So we've started to break it down into phases of what we think based on sign counts that we have and different elements. There is $75,000, and Jenna probably could speak to this more specifically, but there is $75,000 in a current budget that can be spent on wayfinding, and we felt like spending that in downtown. You always want to do sort of installations inside out, because you can't do the outside and then leave people off. So we felt like getting people to downtown was an important piece, as well as having elements in the downtown, like an information kiosk, and getting people to some of the major parking areas. If we can get that in that initial, what we call a pilot program. Then you would build out downtown, move to more citywide, farther out entities, and then the gateways. I think the gateways, they're always a little bit of a wild card as far as price, because you could do a gateway sign for $700 and you could do one for $50,000 with bells and whistles and fountains. So we'll continue to work through that. Maybe some of them can work into some of those other phases. We are at the end of the design, sort of initial design process, to get feedback from all the different groups. We've done preliminary programming of where we think some of the signs will go, and that's what Jen and I spent today, sort of just out in the field, riding around, making sure that makes sense, and that gave us the information to start to look at budgets. I think tonight is just more informational, to let you know where we are, to get any feedback on it, and then we'll be moving into the next stages of the project.
Thank you, Jeff. So we're looking for comments back, like a general consensus from the council. If you like the designs, love them, hate them, just want to know we should move forward with things. Or if you have
I would say the only thing that I didn't care for in the option 4 was the scalloped bottom of one of the signs. Everything else to me looked pretty good, looked interesting, so.
Anybody else?
I guess my question is regarding accessibility. How will we ensure that people with different visual acuity and, understanding can read the sign so they're accessible, where everyone can understand what's happening?
Sure, there's definitely guidelines for placement for ADA accessibility around the signs. There's not a requirement for Braille obviously on vehicular signs. On pedestrian signs, there's also not a requirement. The reason being is that there is not a standard on exterior signs on where that Braille would appear. So if somebody was trying to figure out where to put their hand to get to that Braille, there's not a standard. Inside buildings, there is a standard 60 inches on center where a blind person knows where to access that. You can include it, but it's not, research has shown it's not useful because there's no standard as to where that Braille should. There is copy height requirements and contrast requirements, 70% contrast between a light letter and a dark background, which it will meet. The vehicular signs will be retroreflective, so at night they will, they're not illuminated, but they will light up as a reflective vinyl, 7 feet to the bottom. Most of that is sort of standard traffic engineering criteria. But ADA, the main thing is also accessibility around the signs, especially when we're in a downtown where you have a pretty narrow clearance path.
I saw that you had different groups that have weighed in so far. About how many people would you estimate have given input?
Well, we had, I don't remember how many were in the meetings, but I know we had 15 survey responses, but we probably had, I think I sent the email out to 39 people to invite them to the meeting.
So about 39 people have had the option to weigh in and provide comments. Okay.
Along those lines, you mentioned the groups of people who were engaged, and I feel like I saw, business owners and staff's advisory group, but were there people who are not business owners, who are not staff, part of any of those groups? So a person that was here shopping, would they have been with the advisory committee here? Would they have engaged with the business owner to provide input to business owner, or were they left out?
I would say most of the input was received from the business owners and town staff, and then people in the Historic Society, and then a representative from Capital Area Preservation, and then DOT was involved as well. So there wasn't really an engagement with the general public, I would say, because we kind of wanted to follow this after the branding study where we received input on the colors and the new branding for the design, and then kind of target this outreach to these groups.
Mm. I think that was a missed opportunity there.
Is there opportunity to do that, to get citizen input?
Yeah, so we are still at a design development stage, so we're going to be taking this and expanding it out a little bit further so we can start to post that and get comments on that as well. So we're not at sort of a documentation or an implementation stage.
I would say if there is opportunity to get citizen input, I'd like to see that if it's possible.
Any other comments or questions?
Thank you for the work on it.
All right. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
All right. All right, we now move down to our consent agenda. All consent agenda items are considered routine to be enacted by one motion with the adoption of the consent agenda and without discussion. If a council member requests discussion of an item, the item may be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. So I just want to make it aware we do have Council Member Mahaffey. He's attending remotely. We also have our town clerk attending as well. So if you would, when we make a motion tonight, just please give your name before we do that. So I'm aware that staff wants to pull consent item number 9, and for consent item number 8 is a replacement page with a corrected date, and you should have that at your desk. Looks like this. And if we're good with those changes, I'll take a motion.
Make a motion to approve with those changes.
All right. Motion by Councilmember Stallings.
Councilmember Audrey Killingsworth, second.
All right. Any discussion on that? All right, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no? All right, that passed unanimously. We're now moved down to setting of the regular meeting agenda, and we also have some updates on that as well. We have 2 additional closed session items, and I'll read those. Possible motion to go into closed session pursuant North Carolina General Statute 143, 318.11A3, to consult with the town attorney to preserve attorney-client privilege, and number 2, pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143, 318.11A3, to discuss the handling of the matter versus Torres versus Tracy Lynn Carter. All right, with those changes, updates, we have a motion to set the regular meeting agenda.
I'll make a motion to set the agenda with the changes Brett Gant.
I second it, Councilmember Stallings.
All right, discussion? All right, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no? All right, that passes unanimously. We now move to public forum. And this is your opportunity to come up and present if you have signed up for 3 minutes. Just a quick reminder, we're trying to be efficient and make sure that we can hear everyone's concern tonight. We will just be taking notes, no response. We won't be able to answer any questions. But if you would, also, if you're here with a group of people with the same topic, just be mindful of just repeating the same thing. So maybe designate someone to speak on your behalf. We have red, green, yellow, red. At red, you need to start bringing your meeting to a close. And also, just to move it along, I know you get excited about your speaker and they say something good, but we want to keep things moving forward. So if you would give a silent applause by, everybody want to demonstrate? That or that? Raise the roof, okay? All right, so I think we'll go ahead and get started. And we will start with Tom Land. If you would, please come up. Just stand right there at the microphone and give your name and address.
My name is Tom Land. My wife and daughter own a store in downtown Apex since 2012. It's 120 North Salem Street in the historic district, named Stylish Living. And I'd like to thank Mayor Gilbert for inviting me to speak, and the town council members for allowing me to speak on the parking situation in downtown Salem. Since the barricades were installed at the end of June, our foot traffic, and for most of the merchants on the street, has been reduced by more than 50%. Sales in July and August are also down significantly. We had begun to recover in June as we moved into COVID-2, phase 2. And this all changed the end of June when the barricades were put up. On a daily basis, we hear from customers talking about the lack of parking and the construction zone look in historic district. The quaint downtown look and appeal that helped Apex earn the #1 place in America to live is gone. The Dine to Parking plan has significantly and adversely affected the merchants on Salem Street. We realized when the plan was originally presented to the town council, the best of interest intentions were provided so that all the businesses would benefit from this. Unfortunately, that has not been the results. Most merchants believe the plan needs to be modified as soon as possible to bring more people back to downtown. The merchants are happy to know that a modified plan has been submitted that will increase the parking spaces by an additional 8 spaces on the east side of Salem Street. We are very grateful if that takes place. However, the tables in front of our store get very little use. Probably less than 5% of the time are the tables used that are in front of our store. Yet the merchants lose that parking 100% of the time. So we are thinking that those 3 spaces are freed back up. That will give 11 spaces on that side of the street. And we're hoping that that is approved. Another concern we have is this parking plan was set to expire on the 18th of September. I guess the original date for, what is it, whatever, I can't remember what it was called there, Music Fest. And the merchants are hoping and praying at that time that on the 19th of September, all those parking spots are opened back up. In order for us to keep up with the box stores and most of the merchants on the street, we start putting out Christmas the 1st or the 2nd week of October. If we lose all those parking spaces at that time, we are significantly impacted. Over 40% of our sales take place in October, November, and December. And easy access to our shop and all the shops on the street is what is needed. So we are looking at having those all 30 parking spots open back up.
Thank you, Mr. Land.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank
sir. Next up is Andy Scott. If you would come up, please.
Hello. I wanted to come up tonight to give out a letter to what I spoke on at the last meeting, but at this time I would like for Stacy Strong or Paul Spam to speak because I've already given my letter to you guys.
Okay. He is on the list, so you're just giving up your time right now? Okay, thank you. Next up is Trish McKay. Sure.
Thank you. Thank you for letting us speak. My son would like to speak first, if that's okay.
You guys would just stand off to the side there. Yeah, perfect. Just space yourself out. Thank you.
Hey, my name is Ryan Page. I'm a junior at Apex Friendship High School. I'm also a member of the cross-country and track teams, and I'd like to start by saying that both of my parents work. Neither is time to pick me up from practice every day, and I know this is the case for the vast majority of cross-country runners as well as athletes in other sports. In the school, they can't provide the number of parking spaces required to give a spot to even half the students who can drive. The lack of places combined with the small number of athletes who can drive with more than one other person in the car means that some of the athletes won't be able to be on the team even if they have the talent to. And this isn't just true for the cross-country and track teams, but for all of the teams and clubs that meet after school. I would hate to see other students be forced to quit their extracurriculars purely because they don't have a place to park. The students of AFHS need as many spaces as we can get, and Miss Annie is kind enough to give us more space to park, and without her, the student body would be much worse off. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Ron. All right. Trish, are you speaking also?
So, thanks for letting us speak for Annie tonight. Tonight I want to address some of the concerns that have arisen as a result of parking at Annie's. Three of the most recent concerns that we have heard are related to home sales, traffic issues, safety concerns, and Annie's property resembling a car lot. So as far as home sales go, Lisa will address these as she deals with the MLS daily. Traffic and safety concerns are unfounded. Annie's entrance to her lot is on Hume Olive Road, and turning into her lot is easy from either direction and doesn't hold up any traffic. There is a road Blazing Trail, which is adjacent to her lot, which she does not have an entrance to, that people have complained additional traffic on, but those are parents bypassing carpool and dropping their kids off at the corner, and has nothing to do with Annie's lot. There are students that cross at Blazing Trail. These students include Annie's lot, but also students from Bella Casa that live behind Annie. So this crossing would not be eliminated if Annie's lot wasn't available. Annie's lot helps to alleviate traffic, if anything, by reducing cars in the carpool lines. Carpooling with others isn't really an option right now because of COVID, and neither is riding the bus. In non-COVID times, buses are overcrowded and aren't options for after-school athletes or activities. Students also need their cars to attend Wake Tech programs, go to jobs, and leave school for lunch. Apex Friendship does not have enough seats in their cafeteria for all the students to eat lunch. So the students have to find another place. If they can't leave campus, they sit on the floor and eat their lunch in the hallway.
Thank you, Ms. McKay. Thank you. Next, I will go ahead and, what's your name? I'm sorry? Okay, you can go ahead and speak, Chrissy.
Good evening. My name is Christy Manning. I live at 1108 Patterson Grove Road. I've been a resident of Apex for 17 years. I'm the mom of two, one a recent Apex Friendship High School graduate and the other an Apex Friendship junior. I'm here this evening in support of Miss Annie and to respectively ask the council to review the recent amendment to the town's UDO. As has been expressed, Apex Friendship does not have enough parking to serve their student body, which is the largest student body in Wake County. Miss Annie provides a much-needed space for those who are either not a senior or those who do not win a lottery for any spaces left over, if there are any left over. It's important for me to express tonight that Miss Annie's spaces are not a luxury, they really are a necessity. As I'm sure you're aware, the Community of Friendship was named for a Native American powwow in the early 20th century, in which African Americans, whites, and Native Americans agreed to live in peace. In the most basic sense, this is exactly what Miss Annie's trying to do. And doing so while decisions are being made for her property by those that she can't even vote for or against. While I understand that rules and ordinances evolve and change, I do not understand why Miss Annie cannot continue to offer space on her property to the Friendship students, considering that she began doing so before the new ordinance went into effect. Essentially, she predates the rule and should be left to manage her property as she sees fit. During the 2020 virtual graduation for Apex Friendship, a student spoke about what it means to be an Apex Friendship High School patriot, to have a sense of love and devotion and bond with others who feel the same. All of the Apex Friendship High School students are Miss Annie's kids, whether they have a space in her yard or not. She has offered assistance where there is need and has opened her property in an act of love and kindness, so in every sense of the word, Miss Annie is undoubtedly a patriot. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, do you wish to come up? Sure. You could give your name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Lisa Veach, and I live at 309 Trayson Road in Holly Springs. As you know, I'm not an Apex resident, but I have 3 children, and 2 of mine now go to Apex Friendship High School. At one time, I had 3 kids in 3 different cities, so as you can imagine, I'm very busy, and traveling to and from and getting kids where they have to be is tough. And so when my sophomore turned 16, as you know, sophomores don't have a place to park. He was able to park with Miss Annie, and we are incredibly grateful for that. So I'm here to just talk about how grateful I am, but also my former position. I'm not speaking as a member of the MLS today because I am not, but when I worked there, my job was market statistics. So I trained realtors on how to use statistics in the area. And there is no evidence that Miss Annie's property was affecting home sales. I printed out 2 reports that I will gladly give you. One of them includes Apex, Holly Springs, Wake County, and Cary on the median days that a house sits on the market. We've been told that somebody was complaining that their house didn't sell because of the way Miss Annie's property looked. And I don't think based on these numbers I mean, it may be possible, but these numbers reflect something different. Apex is a very hot place to live. I've also broken it down into subdivisions, Scotts Mill, Bella Casa, Abington, and Woodbury, and compared those. The median day is what I used instead of average because median is a little bit more reflective of the actual market. Those neighborhoods, there were only 7 times in 36 months that the properties were on the market for more than roughly 60 days. So the average median time is less than 30 days. And finally, the other thing I will say about, the real estate market is there are a lot of factors that go into this, whether a house sells or not. But definitely, if you're looking to buy near a school, there's going to be increased traffic. And so if the kids have a safe place to park, it's just better for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want these?
Sure, yes, started with it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is everybody, okay, if you would come up.
May I take off my mask?
Sure.
Hey, my name is Stacy Strong, and I reside at 107 Battersea Drive here in Apex. I just wanted to touch real quick on the safety part of Miss Annie's lot. Miss Annie has been offering her lot to Apex Friendship students for about 4 years now, and not one single accident has ever occurred on her lot. She is very particular about the way the students drive in and out. She tells the students from day one that if they are not respectful of her property, she will give them a warning, and then if they continue to be disrespectful, she will ask them to leave her property, and they would no longer have a place to park. I can't give you the numbers on the accidents that actually happen in the Apex Friendship parking lot because they do not have to be reported to the school. But my daughter obviously is a student at Apex Friendship, and there are accidents weekly because the students just are not careful and not respectful. So I just am thankful to Miss Annie for the service that she has provided the students, and I do hope that she can continue to provide that service. So I'd like to request that the UDO decision be rescinded and the town go back to the drawing board to find a different resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for presenting your concern.
Hi, my name's Carly Strong, and I live at 107 Battersea. So I'm a senior at Apex Friendship, and I've been parking on Miss Annie's lot since I was a sophomore. And students like me that are enrolled in the Wake County CCP program, I take classes at Wake Tech in addition to classes at Friendship. So I leave Apex Friendship. If we were in school, I would leave after second period, and I am legally not allowed to be on campus after second period. So, and both my parents work full-time, so if I did not get a spot in the parking lot and you shut down Miss Annie, I would have no place to park, no place to get home. So I would have to just walk home, basically. So, and there is not enough parking at Friendship. There's more senior class than parking spots. So, and seniors obviously get priority, but Mr. White sent out a message that even all seniors will not get parking this year. And that leaves no spots for juniors. So it is a necessity that Miss Annie lets students park. Thank you. Just real quick.
Thank you.
Can I?
You use all the time. I'm sorry. We got to get through a lot.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Kate McDonald, is she here?
Hi, I'm Kate McDonald. I live at 2671 Timken Forest Drive in Abington. I already sent an email to all of you outlining why I'm in support of Miss Annie still being allowed to keep her parking spaces, so I won't go over the need, safety, and financial fairness of what Miss Annie offers, because I already put that in an email. But I just want to share a story really quickly from a parent perspective. My daughter Julia is over there. She's a junior at Friendship High School. When I took Julia to meet Miss Annie went over all of the rules and expectations of parking on her lot. Then she asked Julia if she did any after-school activities. Julia replied yes, she's on the cheer team. Miss Annie then said, you know, it gets dark early in the winter. She looked at Julia closely and declared, you're just a little thing. So when it starts getting dark, I want you to park near my house so that I can keep an eye on you so you can get in and out safely and get you home safe and sound. So that's the type of person that Miss Annie is. That's what she does for our children. And I ask that you show her the same level of care that she showed my daughter and let her keep her parking spots. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Porter. Yeah, I'm sorry. Trying to read the writing here.
This is my worst nightmare, getting up here to speak. And I think I'm representing a few others back here who's also their worst nightmare. And anyone in purple is here in support of Annie.
Okay.
I second everything everybody has said here. She has been so generous to our children. My child was a sophomore parking in her lot last year. And because of her, he was able to leave school and get to his swim practice on time. I just think when Apex Friendship was set to open, a huge deal was made about embracing the friendship community and embracing friendship, so much so that our school was named Apex Friendship. And I will say, that's kind of a hard name for a high school sports team to carry and be menacing, so to speak. But okay, we're rolling with it, and we are Apex Friendship. And now, completely against that spirit, it would seem, The town of Apex has taken Annie to court 3 times over this. She was there long before the school, and she has provided a service that our school could not provide for us. And I understand that there's a comparison to the Apex High parking in downtown, across from Apex High, but I think it's a completely different situation because she has, I think it's your son, out there organizing the kids in the morning to park in a orderly fashion. It's not like they're just pulling in and parking willy-nilly anywhere. And there's never been an issue. I just feel like, at the very least, she should be extended grace for being there before we came and invaded her area. And I don't really know what more to say, but it's just shameful that we keep taking her to court. I mean, here we are as a town, the big guy taking this poor woman to court. Who can afford to go to court 3 times? After the first time, okay, maybe, but I still don't agree with it the second time. But she won the first 2 times. Why a 3rd time? Who, as a regular Joe, can afford to go against the town multiple times on something like this? I just think it's not a good look for the town, and I support Miss Annie 110%.
Thank you. Skip Stam.
Skip Stam, 714 Hunter Street. I've lived there 40 years, 4 blocks from here, but I haven't lived there as long as Annie's lived there. And she's been in Apex all her life. And first I got to apologize to Councilmember Stallings. Last time I was here, that's where the clerk sat. So I thought you were the clerk. I'm sorry. I apologize. You have my letter, so I'll be very condensed. First of all, you have a petition signed by 706 people, 550 of whom are from Apex or Holly Springs. Secondly, I think that Ms. Scott, just to be clear, she's not gone to court 3 times, but she's been faced with potential civil penalties, that kind of thing. She ought to be given a medal instead of a threat of civil penalties. Finally, I don't think the council probably had the full story before you acted, and now you do, and I hope you'll rescind the ordinance and make it friendly, not only to her, but also to the students at Apex Friendship. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for clearing up the court thing, too.
Thank you.
All right. Thank y'all so much. Juan Ortega.
Thank you, Mayor Gilbert, Town Council. My name is Juan Ortega. I have a business in downtown Apex, 108 North Salem Street. It's owned by my wife and I. It's called Sophie and Molly's Boutique. We've been there for about 9 years now. And I'm here to talk about the parking situation in downtown. The barriers are affecting our business tremendously. July and August have been very bad for us. We feel that this has been a double whammy since COVID started in 2020, and sales in July and August are just way down. The feedback that we're getting from our customers and from the public and from friends is that the parking situation is unappealing. The barriers are ugly. The color is orange, so it feels like there's construction going on as opposed to open for business. There's signs all over downtown that says we're open for business, but it doesn't feel that way. So what we're trying to say is that we want those barriers to remove now, not end of September, not beginning of Labor Day or October, because our sales for the rest of the year are crucial for September, October, November, and December, because we sell women's clothing. So women's clothing for fall and winter is very important for these last 4 months. And we just feel that the barriers, the parking, the whole thing, how it doesn't look, the spaces, they're not even using most of the space for tables. It's affecting us. So if this can be reconsidered, that would be very helpful, and my wife and I would be very appreciative. That's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Ortega. Jeff Roach.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Jeff Roach, 905 Newington Way tonight, not here in a professional manner at the moment. Two quick things. There are two new business items this evening that I am here to represent. I know Mr. Havens and I had spoken earlier, just to let council and Mr. Mayor know that I am here tonight to address the Casena Lane request for the fee waivers and grant applications. The second item is the change to the noise ordinance. I've been corresponding, unfortunately, Mr. Mahaffey is not here. I think he's out there somewhere in cyberspace. But I just want to make sure that everybody's thinking about the people that are being impacted by changing the construction times. Those blue-collar workers that need that extra work or the extra hour of work, it really could impact their livelihood. So with that, I appreciate the time. I'll cut it short. I know you guys have a lot of stuff to deal with, so thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Roach. All right, we also have 3 recorded comments, and we'll turn to IT right now to play those.
Do we have a particular order that they need to go in?
No.
This comment was submitted by Kathy Granshaw of 3002 Rock Island Drive in Apex. I am writing in support of Ms. Annie Scott being allowed to continue to offer parking at her residence on Hume Olive Road in Apex to the students of Apex Friendship High School. There is a severe shortage of parking for students at the school. It is a hardship for both students and parents alike when students do not have the ability to drive to school and thus be able to leave school and go directly to work or after-school activities. Unfortunately, the school also does not have enough room to allow all students to stay on campus for lunchtime, and actually encourages juniors and seniors to leave campus for lunch. How can students do this if they are not able to drive a car and have the ability to park at school? Those not fortunate enough to win a parking space at the school will be forced to stay on campus during lunch amidst severe crowding. Also, at a time when many parents and students alike have lost income as a result of the pandemic, and during a time when we are expecting our students to social distance as much as possible, placing further hardship by taking away these additional parking spaces just doesn't make sense. Please reconsider. This comment was submitted by Kathy Granshaw of This public comment was submitted by Kathy Miles of 1995 Old Buyer Way. I just wanted to send a brief email showing our support for Ms. Annie and her parking lot. It's her property and she's choosing to use her land to help the students at AFHS. She helped my son last semester when he got his license in January. He was so nervous about parking that she told him she'd reserve a nice big spot up front so he never had to worry. He eventually got comfortable and no longer needed the special spot. But this example just goes to show you how incredibly kind-hearted this woman is. Let her use her land how she sees fit. It's her right as a landowner. She keeps the cars organized, so they are not unsightly in any way, and the cars are only there during school hours. The parked cars can't possibly be a nuisance to neighbors or any neighborhoods surrounding her property. Ms. Annie is truly a bright spot in many students' days, and she should be given the same respectful treatment she bestows on the high school students each day. This comment was submitted by Marshall Barnes of 103 South Salem Street. He owns Antiques on Salem Street at 114 North Salem Street. Mayor Gilbert and Town Council members, my name is Marshall Barnes and I live at 103 South Salem Street. I am a downtown business and property owner. Town staff has prepared a modification to the parking to dining program layout that you approved at your June 2nd meeting. While I've proposed to town staff additional modifications, I am satisfied with the current modification proposal to reopen 8 parking spaces on the east side of North Salem Street, and again, ask for your support of this modification. We reopened our antique store downtown on June 2nd. We were a bit surprised during the month of June as to the amount of walk-in traffic we had, given the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. With the installation of the water barricades, that walk-in traffic is all but dried up. When you took action to approve the parking to dining program on June 2nd, we all expected to move to phase 3 of the governor's reopening plan on June 23rd. As you know, we remain in a modified phase 2 now through at least September 11th. Remaining in phase 2 has resulted in 9 closed parking spaces on the east side of North Salem not being utilized for any purpose since the implementation of this program. At this juncture, reopening 8 of these parking spaces is not only prudent, but necessary. Thank you for your consideration of this request and for your favorable vote on old business item number 1. This comment was
Okay, thank you. All right, so we'll close public forum and move now to public hearing. And before we do that, we didn't have a sheet for public hearing item number 2 for you to sign up to speak. So if anyone wishes to do that, feel free to come up and do that while we get moving. So we'll now move to public hearing number 1. Public hearing and possible motion to approve rezoning application number 20CZ06, 204 and 206 Lynch Street. Presenting tonight is Liz Lofton, Senior Planner, Town of Apex.
Good evening. This is 204 and 206 Lynch Street. It's located near downtown. The properties to be rezoned are located between 1st Street and 2nd Street on the north side. The purpose of this rezoning is to allow for the shared property line to be shifted west in order to remedy the encroachment of 204 onto 206 Lynch Street. The property is currently zoned high-density, single-family. The applicant is proposing to rezone the properties to high-density, single-family, conditional zoning, and limit the uses to accessory apartment, single-family, and utility minor with the following conditions. The conditions would apply for 204, that the minimum setback for the western property line shall be 3 feet. The following conditions shall apply to 206 Lynch Street. The minimum lot width shall be 50 feet. The minimum setback from the eastern property line shall be 8 feet, and the minimum setback from the western property line shall be 4 feet. The proposed is generally consistent with the 2045 land use map. The applicant held 2 neighborhood meetings on February 20th and June 30th. The planning board heard this item at their August 10th meeting and unanimously recommended approval. Planning staff can recommend approval of this rezoning as proposed.
Thank you, Ms. Lofton. Any questions for staff on this?
Were there any people that showed up at the neighborhood meeting?
Not that I'm aware of.
I didn't think I saw that there were.
The applicant is also here.
If I may, I'm Trinity Henderson. I'm the petitioner in this matter. No one showed up at either of the meetings.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right. So we'll now move to open up the public hearing on this item. No one has signed up to speak tonight, so I'll close public hearing and refer it back to council for discussion leading to a possible motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right.
Gant.
All right, motion second. Discussion? All right, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. All right, that passes unanimously. We'll now move to public hearing number 2. Public hearing and possible motion regarding various amendments to the Unified Development Ordinance as requested by planning staff. Presenting tonight is Amanda Bunce, current planning manager.
Good evening. We have just a couple UDO amendments to present to you tonight. These are all requested by planning staff. The first amendment is to the Small Town Character Overlay District and the approval criteria to eliminate the requirement for building landscaping requirements for all development within the central business district of downtown and eliminate the vehicular use area screening and shading requirements for public parking lots within the central business district. And so just to remind you, this is the area that encompasses the central business district downtown. It's very dense urban style development that you normally would not see suburban style planting requirements applied to. So this does not prohibit anyone from installing landscaping around new construction. There's really not room around a lot of the existing structures, as you well know. Nor does it, prohibit landscaping within public parking lots. It just removes the requirement for that so we can make the most efficient use of what limited space there is in this small central business district area. Are there any questions on that item?
Did this stem from a specific request from somebody or just a general thing you guys noticed?
So we've not had a lot of new development, brand new development in downtown, as you know, but as we've talked with people that are interested, we've realized, it's very difficult, if not impossible, to provide all of these requirements with new construction. And so, or even in upgrading of an existing structure. So it does make development difficult in an urban style development.
It's being proposed actually as an implementation measure for the downtown plan because the town's parking lot is the most affected.
Yes.
All right. Any other questions?
I'm sorry, could you say that again, Diane? Ms. Gilman?
It's an implementation measure out of our downtown plan because it actually does not remove the requirement for the vehicular use area plantings for private property. It removes it for public property. So any public parking that we have, the design could be done in order to maximize the number of parking spaces. So it's being done as part of the downtown plan implementation.
The next amendment is to the nonconforming structure section to correct a typo and to provide clarification. In section 10.3.2, we have a typo in the spelling of nonconformity, and then in 10.3.4, the section begins no nonconforming structure when the intent is to be a nonconforming structure, meaning any nonconforming structure that's damaged beyond a certain point should not be should meet all standards when it's rebuilt and not in its existing footprint. And so the way it reads is contrary to the intent. Any questions on that one? Okay. And finally, we have an amendment proposed to section 14.1.3 in the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space sites. There are several standards when someone wants to dedicate land for Parks and Recreation to meet their requirements for subdivisions, and one of those is usability. And so staff believes it's important for phase 1 site assessment to be submitted to town council prior to the council deciding to accept land for dedication for park purposes. Any questions on that item? Okay. The planning board heard these amendments at their August 10th meeting and unanimously recommended approval. Planning staff recommends approval as well, and I'm happy to answer any other questions you may have.
All right, hearing none. All right, we move to open up the public hearing on this item. No one has signed up to speak tonight, so I will close public hearing, refer the matter back to council for discussion, lead to a possible motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, motion to approve, Councilmember Killingsworth.
I second it. Councilmember Stallings?
All right, any further discussion on it? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. All right, it passes unanimously. All right, we'll now move down to old business. Downtown is small. Well, she's not here tonight, so standing in tonight for her is Town Manager Drew Havens presenting possible motion to modify current parking to dining program layout adopted by Town Council on June 2nd, 2020 to a new layout presented.
I actually did slides because I'm going to be spending a little bit of time in front of you tonight, it turns out.
I see that.
4 items to present. That's what happens when I let Sean take a vacation. So.
Remember that
Always
next time.
happy, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no more vacation for you, Sean, if you're listening to this, and you better not be listening to this.
Staycation.
So before you tonight is consideration of modifying the parking to dining barricades, if you will, that are downtown that were put up in response to requests to allow street-side dining and street-side shopping. What we found is that street-side dining is happening, street-side shopping is not. So The request has been made through the ADBA to modify what you see in front of you now. This image is the current layout. And the new layout, as you've heard spoken about in public forum. So this will open up 8 spots on the east side and 4 spots on the west side, as shown here. So in the center of the block here, and at the end of the block here and here. Easy enough to do. We wanted the council to hear this, and I have Deputy Chief McKinney is here that can speak to the public safety aspect of making this change. If there are any engineering type questions, way beyond my capabilities, so Mr. Stone is here and he can answer those. This does change the risk profile slightly, and we just wanted council to be aware of that. When you have the entire strip blocked off, there's no way for a vehicle to kind of impinge on where people are sitting other than kind of at a glancing angle. When you do this, it changes that a little bit, where a vehicle traveling north could strike that barricade there at a more direct angle. We still believe, because those barricades weigh in excess of 1,500 pounds apiece, and because the way we will structure the transition here, we don't think that it's a huge detriment to safety, but we wanted you to be aware that there is a little bit of a change in the risk profile. And another concern that we have is people parking on the west really needing to get to Salem Street Pub in a hurry, and not wanting to walk 180 feet up, cross the street and walk 180 feet back. They'll just take point A to point B and try to jump across the barricade with traffic flowing. So that's no different than Salem Street before the barricades went up. We saw it all the time, and the deputy chief could probably tell you, we've seen it all the time. It's just there is now a physical barrier that somebody has to try to cross, and those, if you've tried to cross one of those water barricades, it's not the easiest thing. Well, the mayor could probably just step across it, but it's not the easiest thing to get yourself over, because they are tapered and a little bit slippery. So just something to think about. I really don't believe that there's going to be a significant issue. Deputy Chief, did you have anything you wanted, any comments you wanted to make that the council should consider?
You covered most of them, sir. We have had a driver strike the parklets already once. That driver was intoxicated. I think from our perspective, obviously safety is our biggest concern. We are a Vision Zero town. We don't want to do anything to jeopardize that. We're also concerned about texting while driving, and some of the statistical data behind that shows that individuals that are engaging in those behaviors are just as likely to drive in a manner similar to a person that is intoxicated. So that's a concern. And as the manager, I'll reiterate what the manager says. If we open that up, right now we can control pedestrian foot traffic simply because there's a physical hard barrier there. If we open that up, some of our citizens will take that opportunity to cross the street, and it does increase the risk potentiality in that area. So that would be what we would want council to consider. Questions for me?
One question, I think. Would it reduce concern about, hitting the barriers if we remove the ones in front of Stylish Living, Downtown Knits, Mission Market, just kind of leaving that whole area open for parking on that side? I'm not sure how the business owner feels about that in front of there, but we had Stylish Living here earlier that said it's not being utilized on that side.
Right, so it is. So Mission Market does use those tables in the evening. Obviously, I don't believe they're used as heavily. So I don't know how much they're used. I'm not there. And believe me, I'm not saying any of this to go to try to counter anything the ADBA is asking for, because I fully believe that if they're asking for it, we should do it. anything that we can do to help our downtown businesses. We just wanted you to be aware of just the change in the risk profile, and that, you know, Mr. Stone and his folks will do all they can from an engineering point of view to make it as safe as they can. So if someone does hit one of those, that we're not looking at displacement into where people are seated. So there'll be additional spacing there. And that's the reason you see the taper as opposed to just squaring it off. So you actually, you're losing more parking to dining than you're gaining parking because of the taper of that, just from an engineering point of view. Again, just wanted you to be aware of it. I'm not saying that the council shouldn't approve this layout. I think it will work just fine. There are just some changes in the risk mindset. Deputy Chief McKinney will have his officers that are doing foot patrol downtown remind people where crosswalks are. We don't give out crosswalk tickets here. We don't do jaywalking, but we do have discussions and conversations with people about unsafe behavior, because we certainly don't want to see someone get injured.
I just have a question about, Deputy Chief, on the one incident we had on the crash. Was that midway on the street, or was it just entering one end of the?
It was traveling down the street and veered to the right or the left. I can't remember, and struck the barrier.
Okay, so it was already
in the right of way, yes, sir.
Okay.
And if we approve this, can we increase our communication and education through social media? I know the police does a really good job with that, with you know.
Yeah, I think one of the things we would do is, and not that people follow what signs say, but we could put signs on those barricades so that when you are tempted to run across the street, you'll see a sign there that says, "Do not cross," put on those barricades. Yes, they're ugly. They stand out for a reason. We want people to see them. And, you know, there's not a lot of ways around that, but yeah, we can put signs up that say, you know, "Do not cross." So we'll do whatever we can to keep it as safe as we can. But I think the ADBA's request is very reasonable and certainly worth taking a shot at if the council is so inclined.
And we can always reevaluate, just like we're reevaluating now, based on what you know.
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
I would say perhaps they could help us, you know, when they're engaging with their customers and all, just reminding them, you know.
Yeah, I would hope that the folks on the, on the other side, the restaurant side, the west side, as someone's coming across a barricade into their tables where people are sitting having lunch or dinner, that someone from their staff would say, "Hey, come on." The whole thing, this was really designed as a way to give primarily the restaurants, who are limited by law now to 50% of their inside capacity, the ability to get tables back. So they can try to boost their revenue. And we certainly did not want to see injury to any of our other retail stores. So if we can do this as a way to help them out, this is something I talked to Mr. Stone this evening. We can have, if council approves this will be done before the end of the week.
Can you speak to the how the interaction with the ADBA transpired, as far as, like, was this their proposal and we kind of said sure after looking at it, or was it they said only one side, or they said a certain thing and we kind of negotiated?
I cannot speak to that. Colleen could if she were here. Mr. Reese is here. If you'd like to ask him he's the president of the ADBA, if you'd like him to address that?
Sure.
If he's willing.
Mr. Reese, are you willing to?
Sure. Absolutely.
You good with that? I'm speaking over top of your mouthpiece.
You're fine. You got your mask on.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. The first thing I'd like to say is we're so appreciative of your willingness to implement the project in the first place, so appreciative of town staff. The reason for this, just to give a quick background and then answer your question, the reason for this was so that our restaurants would open at all beyond takeout and delivery. They told us flat out, we just can't make the numbers work until we have some other remedy. And we said, how about if we were to mark this off and offer you some tables? In fact, Salem Street Pub typically has 16 tables that they serve pre-COVID. That's inside and the few that are outside on the porch. Right now, with 50% capacity inside and the tables outside, there are 18 total serviceable tables. Last time I was in there, no one was inside except for employees, and the outside was packed. And thankfully, we have not needed law enforcement to make sure that folks had safe distance. We really haven't seen crowding on the walkways. To answer your question, we're incredibly appreciative of the town staff developing this. I will say that this has been a negotiation because we understand our businesses, but town staff and APD and the fire department as well, we defer to them as the experts when it comes to the implementation. We realize that there's a slight increase in danger with this. That said, we've got some pretty smart folks. We're not a college town. And I personally believe that some signage, nothing against college towns, but students happen to be a bit more aggressive in their walking, and we think that folks are willing to walk to the crosswalks. If there were to be, and again, we're in deference to the engineering and law enforcement when it comes to placing up signs. We had heard from town staff that signage wouldn't be effective. That said, from our humble perspective, perhaps no crossing and please use crosswalks with arrows would be helpful. So this was again something that we designed with the town, and we're very appreciative of it.
Was a request ever made to time limit these new spots or to assign them to stores?
That would be, well, the 15-minute timing would be preferable. That said, again, we don't see it as something that we're able to implement, and I don't know how you guys would go about putting up signage or something along those lines to indicate that.
Okay.
I do want to say that this has been, this was a program that was initiated by our retail folks because downtown has been barren throughout this pandemic, and they said we've got to get our restaurants back up. And so now that we've got restaurants back up, we do have some healthy foot traffic, especially in the evenings. That said, a lot of our retail folks are typically closed by then. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
I mean, my preference would be a modification, but that we take into consideration the business owner that talked earlier by removing the barrier in front of the business there as well. So in front of Stylish Living at a minimum. So.
Is there a concern from PD with that one?
No, I think the only concern then would be, are we picking winners and losers in restaurants at that point? So it would reduce the number of tables that Mission Market could have in that place.
Yeah.
And what, I don't know, I don't have any evidence to say that what the gentleman spoke about earlier is accurate or inaccurate. I have no reason to doubt what he's saying about the use of the tables. Don't know. So it could be that they're not highly used. Wish Colleen were here to speak to that more. But anyway, that's the only real downside to that is that we could give up one more parking space there and shrink the Mission Market down to a much smaller footprint, if that's what council desires. I mean, this is your call.
Any questions
How much,
Oh.
how much table space would it be taking away?
I
we
don't
know?
know. We haven't investigated any alternatives after we've had the conversation with the ADBA, and we came to this as the kind of the agreed upon layout.
Let's do this real quick. Hopefully it's not improper legal, correct me if I go out. Can I call Mr. Reese back up real quick, questions, and then can I call Mr. Land up as well, since he is a business owner? You're good with that? Okay, come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Havens.
Thank you, sir.
If I could quickly offer background on why this modification is important. The reason when we initially went into Phase 2 and we sent the request at the end of May, it was implemented, I believe, the top of July. We thought we would be entering Phase 3. These spots were allotted to essentially a bar. The beer dispensary is classified as a bar, and therefore he's unable to have those tables out there. That was the reason behind it. I agree with Mr. Havens on the picking winners and losers. We are incredibly appreciative of Stylish Living, Sophie and Molly's, and the retail on both sides of the street. That said, Mission Market is dedicated to the space, and I believe already offered to make a compromise on their current space.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Land, come on up, please.
My other question would be, would it be possible to move that down further on Salem Street as well?
Okay.
To maintain the same spaces, but.
Closer to the intersection?
Correct.
Well, we're
Closer,
encroaching upon no parking now.
correct.
Yes, sir. If I can say something, on that end parking spot, it's halfway in front of Mission Market. Half of the parking spot is still open on the right side. So they could slide the barricades down even further. We'd like to see them gone completely because Mission Market is closed at 6 o'clock. They're not eating like at a restaurant or anything there. They're closed at 6 o'clock. From starting at about 10 o'clock on, their tables are used 5% of the time. I've got pictures on my phone, all times, day, evening, morning, of empty tables there. They're just not used. And we see no value added. Nobody comes from those tables into our stores. Nobody at all. We don't see any value of the dine-to parking there. And like I say, again, they are closed at 6 o'clock. Plus, right now, with the heat, when the sun's up over and it's 100 degrees, on those tables, there's not going to be anybody sitting there. They don't do it. The other side of the street, that's great, even though some of those restaurants don't open up until evening time. So those parking spots are blocked, and there's no way around that. You can't be moving the barricades hourly. But they're not open in the daytime, and they open at nighttime. But at nighttime, it is great on the west side of the street. But we don't see any foot traffic coming to our side from there either.
Yeah.
So I see that we could get 11 spots opened on our side. And I don't know Mission Market's business completely, but I would say open that up to parking would be better than having those tables there, because they're just like a coffee shop and grabbing bakeries. I've watched people park at the 2 parking spots across the street, get out of their car, run there, grab a cup of coffee from Mission Market or whatever else they do, get back in their car and leave. It's not like they're going in there, grabbing a steak, sitting down outside to eat. That's not happening. And they are closed, like I say, they're closed in the evening, so there's nothing there.
Thank you, Mr. Land. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Havens or comments?
So is it possible to move that barricade down further on the east side?
I would have to check with our traffic engineer. It starts then to push towards where the crosswalk is, and you need really good visibility for people using that crosswalk. But we could see if we could move it down a little bit. And I know there's, I wish Mr. Dennis were here.
He's right there. He just walked in. I was just about to call it.
Well, I don't have to wish anymore.
Hold on, Mr. Dennis, we have questions for you.
Having dinner, but I live right down the road, so it works out good.
Did you bring enough for the rest of us?
No, the kids ate it all, but, so I understand Tom and Linda's, problem with what's going on downtown.
You can just direct to us.
Yeah, and I think that a big thing that I guess personally, as a business owner in downtown, could say is I've been running a business in downtown for 8 years with 0 parking in front of my retail store. I'm at an intersection, nobody can stop there, park in front of my store, and walk right in. The parking that is behind Mission Market, Stylish Living, all of that is actually closer than the lot that's previously now behind Tobacco Mule and Exchange Building. I think that there's a lot of emotion going on during COVID. I think people are going through a lot. I think we're all looking for reasons to say, man, this is why my business is not doing well. But I do not think that 4 parking spots are going to make a difference. And I'm being a little more blunt about that than I was in our meeting in the ADBA, because we came and we said, hey, we want to be great neighbors. And we gave up space to add 2 more spots that the town was already going to add 5 spots. And to just say, hey, that needs to go away, well, middle of July, it's pretty hot in Apex, North Carolina. So I do think that we have to take that into consideration. I'd also like to take in consideration the $1,400 I spent on tables during COVID to put out there for this remainder of this period. I'm sorry that it seems like it's affecting them that much, but I don't think that 4 parking spots are going to make that big of a difference. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions, Mr. Dennis? Anybody want to ask him any questions? Okay. Anything else? All right.
Are we in the discussion phase
Yeah,
now?
let's discuss it. Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm just saying, I'm happy to, to kind of change this up and this is kind of, the nice thing about this is it's temporary, so it can be kind of fit for purpose. I do want to think long-term, though, and, we have a, downtown plan which anticipates changing this up permanently, and, it's going to, with trees and everything else, that's a long-term. I don't want this to derail that, because I think I saw this as kind of a nice experiment about what could happen with the downtown plan. I do not think that as much anymore, because this COVID has lasted longer than everybody has thought, and doesn't look as good as it would later on. So I just want to put that out there, as I don't want this to be a thing that is a big fight later on, because we said, oh, the sales now are down because of this. I mean, it's hot outside. Nobody's walking around like they would normally if there were trees around. So anyway, that's my stake in the ground as far as the downtown plan in the future. I think we should kind of see this as a fit for purpose right now versus that. I just want to make that clear, because I'm concerned that we may say, oh, the no parking on both sides thing is gone now because of this. And I think this is not apples to apples comparison.
I agree. Mr. Mahaffey, do you have anything?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Yes, sir.
I'd like a chance to add my 2 cents if now's a good time.
Yes, sir. Go for it.
You guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you, everyone. I do want to echo what my colleague just said, and when the downtown plan does eventually come to fruition and we begin planning this, I think there's a couple of key differences we need to note between this situation and the one we're going to face long term. Part of the problem may be that these are big and orange. Part of the problem may be that the barriers prevent any sort of drop-off that you may otherwise see. There's a lot that goes into it. It's a very complex situation, and I just wanted to echo what my colleague just said, that I don't think this should prejudice or otherwise, be necessarily omit, not having parking in the future. As far as the request, I strongly support this request. I believe when we first discussed this, it was from a request from the ADBA, and we wanted to do whatever we could to help our downtown businesses. And that's what we did. And at the time, we mentioned, flexibility, trying to adjust and to continue to be agile and help however we could. And I think this is a good example. As we've just been discussing the past couple minutes, I'm not quite sure if this is the solution to the downtown problems. I believe it's a very complex situation right now, but I'm willing to try. And we do have another request from the ADBA to alter it, and I am in favor of that request and would like to grant it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else? Is there a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve with this arrangement.
Second, Dozier.
All right, we got a
Okay.
motion by Gant, second Dozier. All right. Any further discussion before we vote?
My only comment is I would like to see signage and communication through social media from our town about this change. And also, obviously, we have the option to reevaluate in 30 to 60 days to see how it's going.
Okay. Anything else?
I mean, to me, we have the opportunity to satisfy by, just moving that down a little bit to still maintain the space for Mission Market as well as, opening up the space in front of Stylish Living. So, with just a little modification.
Are you suggesting if the same width can be applied and we can move further into that? No, or maybe you can clarify.
I can commit to the council that we will, from an engineering point of view, look and see if we can pick up one more space by moving without sacrificing
Safety at the crosswalk.
safety of the crosswalk and the footprint currently shown and negotiated through the EDBA with Mission Market.
Okay.
So if we can create a situation where everybody wins, we'll do that. Pedestrian safety is going to be number one.
Right, because it's getting close. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. I just want to say, I've actually went downtown and talked to just about every business owners and heard their stories, and there is apparent hardship, and we all know that COVID has contributed to that. But I really want to just commend the community, the business owners and the staff for working together to try to come up with a solution, and we'll continue to evaluate, as Council Member Stallings said, and continue to work toward a great solution. So with that, I'll call a vote. All right. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, Mr. Havens is back up. Discussion and possible motion to adopt temporary ordinance modifications extending the current suspension of utility disconnections and application of penalties and fees for unpaid utility balances.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on the slide is the history of this. So March 17th, the council took an action to ratify an action that I took. I won't say that real loud, to suspend disconnections and non-payment for penalties and fees through June 4th. The governor, seeing what you did, decided to do that himself for the entire state through June 1st. Council then on June 2nd came back and we extended the moratorium on disconnections and penalties and fees through the 31st of this month. You can see that the governor's executive orders sunsetted in July, so they're out of this, the moratorium statewide. There were some local governments that run, especially that run electric utilities, that are not in the situation that we're in, that actually had some pretty severe financial hardship. We're not in that position here. So that's the history of what we've done, what the governor's done. So we're here because, absent an action of council this evening, ours sunsets on the 31st of August. You see on this slide, and council, you have this available to you, through the reports platform that you all have access to. so you have an idea of how we're doing regarding past due balances. We are about 1,500 customers, knocking up against $1 million past due right now. And that is inclusive of electric, water, sewer, and trash. And then you can just see the number of customers has increased, and this is, back in here is July of 2019 versus July of 2020. So that gives you a full year picture. And normally we don't have people that have past due balances for disconnection because they get disconnected and they come in and make their payments and to get reconnected. So it's just since the moratorium has been in place, for the lack of a better word, that we've seen this increase. So we'll answer any questions you have. I mean, we did, in June, we sent out letters to folks letting them know that payment plans are available. Come one, come all, sign up for a payment plan. We've had 30-something inquiries and 0 takers on payment plans. The supposition is that until it gets real, people aren't going to sign up for a payment plan. So until we get to the sunset and there's no more extension, then people will come in and make application for payment plans. That's just a supposition. The decline here is, I believe, can be attributed to the fact that we sent separate communication out saying, you're going to have to pay this at some point. So if council opts to extend this for another 30 or 60 days, we would send out that same letter again, likely see, hopefully, we'll see some of that same reaction. Just holding out hope that there is some federal or state relief coming for people who really have a demonstrated need that can't pay their utility bills, so that the town can be made whole and they're not having to decide between food and water and electricity. So we know there are people that have needs. So and you all know, because you're all interacting with the citizens all the time. So any questions I can answer, I will, but we just need your direction. The ordinance that the attorney has drafted has no date in it, so you will just need to decide if you want to extend it, to what date, and Ms. Hoey can direct you accordingly.
Okay. Any questions for?
We don't know why. Go ahead, Councilmember Mahaffey.
Thank you. Sorry. So a little tough over the phone to see what's going on. I was wondering, Mr. Evans, if you could speak to the financial impact on the electric utility fund to this missing revenue.
I and staff do not have any issue right now with the solvency of either utility. So either the electric or the water and sewer. Electric runs on a much tighter margin, but because of the way we're budgeting, especially this year, where we have been holding back on expenditures that we budgeted for various projects, and that's in water, sewer, electric, and general fund, waiting to see how revenues work. So we're not really concerned with the lack of solvency of the utility at this point. The trash is going to be directly subsidized through other parts of the general fund because there's no margin on that. We charge the customer what we pay, so we don't collect anything for administrative overhead. There's no profit built in. There's nothing built into that. That's just a straight pass through. So the $64,000 that we're out on trash right now is just something that we just have to account for in other ways. And that's, again, because of the way we're budgeting and managing the budget this year, we're holding way back on expenditures until we see how revenues come. Did that answer your question, sir?
It does. So it sounds like we're already running a pretty tight ship because of the current financial situation, which has allowed us to account for this loss in revenue. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. However, if this continues indefinitely or even definitely. We're going to continue to look at ways that we can just continue to keep the belt real tight, and anything that's more discretionary but budgeted, we are still going to hold off on until we have a real clear picture on how much of this, particularly in the electric fund, when you're looking at on $650,000, that's not an insignificant amount of money. We're still able to pay our bills. We're not going broke. If the financial profile changes, even during whatever the extension that you decide on this evening, if any, I'll be in here with Mr. Holloman, and he'll be telling you, we can't do this. But he has not run up any red flags. Mr. Purvis has not run up any red flags. Both of them would love to see the revenue coming in, and I would like to see the revenue coming in as normal. But I also realize that there's absolutely nothing normal about what we're doing right now.
I guess the key question I have to ask is there a way you could give us or estimate a date where the red flag will be raised? Or is that too specific of a question at this point?
Well, that'll be Sean's present when he comes back from vacation on Monday. I'm really hoping he's not listening to this on vacation, because he may never come back. That's a very valid question. I'll ask Sean and the budget team to take a look at that and see if there are enough predictors now that they can reasonably say when that happens.
Thank you.
So I was thinking that, my pleasure would be to extend what we've been doing. We know that that we're going to remain in the same phase we're in at least through September 11th. So I wouldn't see how we would not continue at least to close to that date, because then we know that certain businesses can still not open at full capacity or open at all. And I start when I thinking about what I want to do is think about the value is about trying to hold people harmless as much as possible. The enemy in this situation is the pandemic, and that's what it is. And so, I guess for me, if we're asking people to follow recommendations, to follow orders, and there are people who are really compromised, then they cannot do that if they cannot wash their hands, wash their clothes, wash their masks, cook their own food, whatever they have to do. We can't do that. And I was on a call with people in Robeson County when 229 people were cut off during the pandemic. Robeson County is the poorest in the state and one of the poorest in the country. And the desperation of people who were trying to figure out how to do all that we were asking them to do as elected leaders, but their power had been shut off. It's impossible. So I think what happens is the unintended consequences is people get sicker, and we're all tied together in this. And then more people will get sicker because people are not able to wash their hands and do all the things we've said. And I will say that on behalf of Apex, some of you know, I did engage U.S. Senator Tillis and Burr around our business community and engaging with them around most of the people who are businesses here. They are workers. And very delightfully surprised that within a week I sent him 2 letters, and they responded, and we had a really quick turnaround to a meeting. And I'd asked him to let me bring people that kind of represent the people that I'm thinking most about. And so on the call, there was folks who talked about what they were trying to do to support people, some of the nonprofits that we provide extra funding. And some of the things we learned was that in 1 week there were 10 people who went to talk to Western Wake Crisis Ministry, for example, because of homelessness issues. there was a business owner who has an issue related to paying bills. And faith leaders talking about housing. So you can't stay at home and do better and get well if your home is not safe, and then you can't live in one. And so those are some of the main things I just all pull out of that, and that we were very clear on what we need, what the town had already done, and the measures that we have taken, but very clear that there has to be some commitment from the federal government in the next package to support the states and to support local governments, which we understand that the sort of the breakdown of communication between the House and the Senate is around local government. So I just wanted to make that clear. Those conversations are continuing to happen. After the conversation, Mr. Havens presented utility information, other things around all the municipalities, because we're one North Carolina, we're not 10, 15 different ones. And so that occurred on August the 13th. If anyone wants the notes from the meeting, it's fine. But just wanted to say that those conversations will be ongoing with Senator Burr's office, and happy to talk to Tillis if he would like to as well. So.
Thank you.
Thank you for having that conversation, and I appreciated your comments beforehand as well. My preference for this is to extend this for 60 days to possibly September 30th. That way it's beyond the phase 2 orders, and see where it goes from there.
I mean 30 days, because that is August.
August, sorry. Yes.
You mean
30.
30 days or even later?
30 days, end of September. So, and we'll have 2 meetings between then and now and then to.
Do you think that's reasonable, Mayor Pro Tem, based on your conversations and work in this area?
I mean, personally, I would probably do 60 days, but at the minimum, I would do, like September 30th after to see, because we could be in another phase by then.
So I want to chime in and say I think the town's been really compassionate about this, and a leader in terms of doing this and kind of being out in front of the governor and other people. I've reached my red flag on this. The 0 people taking up on the offer of the payment plan. That I was looking for that data fact about when we did this last time. I wanted to know if they're doing the payment plan. And if we had 0, that to me is a red flag. So I'm not going to support this. We've had a lot of compassion, but I think this to me it's an unfunded liability. I don't have any faith in the state and the federal doing anything, to be honest. I think the efforts are worthwhile to try, but I watch the news and it just seems like a mess up there in both places. So I'm not going to support this.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm going to go ahead and make my motion to. I don't know if we have discussion, but I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to extend through what we've been doing through September 30th. And that's my motion.
All right, there's a motion.
I'll second that.
Got it. Councilmember Killingsworth, second. Motion by Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yep. All right.
One thing I forgot to mention related to that is if we had a plan of raising the rates or something for everybody, or some plan to take care of this liability, I'm happy to extend it. But because there seems to be no plan that we have or any level of government has, that's why I'm a no. Not because I don't want to extend it, but because of the liability.
Thank you for that. I mean, I would say, too, that this is a situation that none of us live in today that are making these decisions have lived through. And so, I think to be in an affluent town where we know that poverty is hidden, that it still exists, and that there are people who, for the first time, are experiencing things like never before. And so, for a town who has, Mr. Havens says that, that we're not in any financial stress in doing that, and I think we know that. We can look around and know that. If we are telling people they must do certain things, but we're not supporting them in doing that, then that's a failure, that fails the moral test of government to me. So, so if we're saying to people, social distance, you can't go to the gym is closed and you work there, then we cut that person's utilities off. How are we supposed to get that person whole how are they supposed to be able to stay in their home, be safe, and stay away from people when they can't go to work? They're not. And then people end up going to work when they are sick because they're trying to pay a utility bill. So the community spread does not get better. People don't get well, and people don't get mentally okay if they're constantly worrying about taking chances, or that they're going to, the next day, we're going to shut off their power where they can't wash their hands, wash their clothes, take care of their families, keep their kids going through school. It's way too much, and it fails the moral test of government to not take care of the citizens who already pay in advance by living here and paying fees, ratepayers, taxpayers. You pay in advance, and that's why the government then steps in when the government tells you not to do something. It is our responsibility when we're telling people not to do something.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I have some other comments I'd like to make as well. We've spoken a little bit about red flags and what it looks like and what we think is going on. And the truth is, I don't think we have a tremendous amount of insight as to what is the motivation behind these people. And I think making assumptions is dangerous. So what I see in this chart with this dip in June and how it jumped right back up in July is I see a bunch of people who got a letter saying their electricity was and the water might get cut off soon. And they made the decision, a tough decision, to not make a car payment or not buy groceries or cut back on the rent or something for that month in order to make that payment so their lights stay on. And then when the next month rolled around, they figured they were good for another couple months, and they went right back to being in arrears. So to me, my interpretation of this, and I know we're all just sort of trying to read the tea leaves here, but to me, that chart looks to me like people are in need. I think this $1 million or so that we're owed does not exist, or people would have given it to us. They don't have the money. They have a little bit of money, and they're trying to make ends meet. The unemployment program just ended. That was putting money in people's pockets. So this is an even more dangerous situation than we've seen over the past couple months. And ultimately, I don't think shutting off their electricity is going to make that money materialize. And if it does materialize, it's going to come at the expense of them having to make a car payment or to buy food or do something else, and I'm not really comfortable with that. So I'd also like to point out that all the reasons that we initially suspended this, the utility disconnect still exist today. This has dragged on longer than we thought it would. But all the reasons that we thought this was a tremendous idea back in March and beginning in June still exist, and if not, even in more evident today than they've ever been. So I don't see a need to disconnect it. I also want to point out that we've gone to tremendous lengths to help our businesses. We've allocated $1 million for a loan program. We've written checks to the Apex Chamber. We've helped out, a bunch of nonprofits to provide all great stuff, and we all thought that was awesome. I'm not sure why we're suddenly having this drastic conversation about the solvency or the need to raise rates on these people now that we're talking about helping individuals. I think this is totally in line with what we've done before. I'm not sure how much longer I can pretend that I'm ever going to turn the disconnect back on while we're in a state of emergency. So I support the motion. I think we should just go longer and just help people.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Anyone else? All right. We have a motion and a second. We'll go ahead and vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no?
No.
All right, that passes 3-1. All right, thank y'all. We'll move to new business. 1, discussion and possible motion to provide financial support for Casena Lane Affordable Housing Project in the form of waivers of administrative fees and issuance of grants from the Affordable Housing Fund for water, sewer, capital reimbursement fees, and recreation fees in lieu of contingent upon application for annexation of the associated property into the Apex town limits. And again, Mr. Havens.
Yeah, so this is Mr. Purvis getting back at me for the stuff that he's going to do when he gets back from vacation. This was something that he had been working on with Mr. Roach and the property owner. You're familiar with the 9-lot subdivision that you all approved earlier this year for affordable housing. The property owner and his representative are here this evening asking, would we consider a grant of in the amount of shown here for the water and sewer capital reimbursement fees, the recreation subdivision fees, and then waiver and reimbursement of administrative fees. And you had in your packet letters from the consultant working with the property owner describing all those various fees. There is some precedent. This council did grant the water and sewer capital reimbursement fees to DHIC for their project that they're still working to bring over Broadstone Way across from Walmart. So there is some precedent here. These have to be grants. You can't just waive water and sewer capital reimbursement fees. You can't waive the recreation subdivision fees, but they can be paid out of the Affordable Housing Fund that you all established in your budget this year. And that's what we would be proposing to do. I'm going to turn to Mr. Roach because I promised him I would. If he wanted to speak at all to this, I've got it teed up for you, Jeff, if you want to knock it out of the park.
Sure, I appreciate Mr. Havens. Mayor, members of council, Jeff Roach here tonight as Peak Engineering and Design. I appreciate, and we worked a lot with Sean, not so much with Drew, and I didn't know Sean wasn't going to be here. I would have delayed it a little bit longer. But I do want to let you guys know that Hector Qualis is here. Hector is the property owner out there that kind of brought this all through. Jim Middleton is also here with Habitat. So you guys know Jim's been here since day one when we first came to you guys on the rezoning. Habitat's working on the contract with Hector now. And to follow up on an email that Terry asked, and I think he sent to everybody here, was that whatever money is granted or waivers are given back, 100% minus some fees that we are charging Hector, our time and some attorney's time. Other than that, 100% is going right back to Habitat. So the money here, the reimbursement, almost all of that is going to be right back to getting the price of those lots back down, reducing the price of those homes, and making them hit that 80% AMI affordability standard that we committed to through the zoning and every conversation we've had. So I'm just here to answer questions, as is Hector and Mr. Middleton as well. So I appreciate your help with however you can help in it. And staff's been great to work with. Sean, like I said, I worked with Sean, not Drew. Sean's been great to work with. So we're just here to answer your questions, and we hope that you can support this to bring the affordability, at least for 9 lots to Apex. So.
Okay.
Sean is great to work with, by the way.
Mr. Havens, can you speak to, so basically it's roughly 10,000 a unit as far as what kind of the contribution to with the grants. And I know we have a affordable housing plan that my hope is that it will help us know how to spend our money that goes the furthest to create units. So I guess we don't know yet, is 10,000 a unit, in the ballpark for a future reference? And maybe as far as being precedent setting, I'm not sure there'll be any precedent after we got that plan. Everything may change. But do you have any feel for the price per unit and how that goes versus other things we've done in other towns?
As far as the amount of grant per unit, no,
Yep.
I don't. I know that other local governments do this type of grant, and it's based on whatever their fees are. So, Cary treats theirs in similar ways, and the town of Chapel Hill has been pretty aggressive in getting the cost of development that we put on people off of affordable housing. And that's really what this is just, we have, the capital reimbursement fees obviously is to pay for the investment that we've made in our water and sewer infrastructure. The parks fees are for future parks as well. So 10,000 a unit, I don't know what par is, so I don't know if this is over par or under par.
Okay.
You tell I miss playing golf lately. I don't have a direct answer, but you're right in that the affordable housing plan will help provide more solid guidance going forward, and that's something that you all will be involved in as that plan gets developed.
And that study will be completed by the end of the year, as we understand.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, so-
Yes, ma'am. And you'll be hearing about that next meeting. I think you'll get an update on where that stands.
Good.
Any questions? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, motion to approve, Councilmember Killingsworth.
I second it, Councilmember Stallings.
All right. Further discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. All right, that passes unanimously. We'll move down to new business number 2. Possible motion to provide a one-time grant to ADBA to cover expenses related to their now council Peak Teak fundraiser. Manager Havens.
I'm back.
You're back.
I'm still here. So the ADBA has an annual fundraiser, Peak Teak. It's their annual antique show and sale. As you can see on the slide, the past 3 years, they've raised over $20,000. Mac Thorpe is here from the Rusty Bucket. He and his wife, Pam, are here. Mac puts a lot of work into the organizing Peak Teak. Because of the pandemic, they moved Peak Teak from its original date to a date in September. Because of the pandemic, they've now decided to cancel Peak Teak. Prior to the pandemic, they incurred some expenses. I had some conversations with Mr. Thorpe and said, hey, when you figure out what those expenses are, get them to me, because we have been giving extra grants to nonprofits. This isn't getting the ADBA any further ahead. My concern for them was I don't want them to be in the hole for something that's completely out of their control. They didn't start spending money once the pandemic got here in hopes that it was going to go away. This was money they spent prior to. So I'm just asking if the council would do a one-time grant, $1,273.62. Thank you for the precision on that, Mac. But he did. He provided receipts, so we know exactly what they spent money on. And I'm just asking council if you would consider making the ADBA whole for their fundraising effort.
Thank you.
So I noticed the event insurance, maybe he can answer too. The event insurance is listed here, so the event insurance did not cover, I'm guessing, posters, copies, and banners?
So the event insurance actually did not pay for a pandemic. Mr. Thorpe.
Very typical.
Isn't it?
Mr. Thorpe is here, so if you want, go ahead.
Insurance. Yeah, you come on up. No, you're fine.
Take your time.
And he's from the Rusty Bucket. He's advertising.
Always promote your brand.
There you go.
The event insurance had a clause in it specifically spelling out coronavirus. It was in very small print. And it nullified the entire policy if an event was canceled due to the pandemic, basically. And half of the $1,200 was the event insurance. If it had been any other thing that canceled it, bad weather, we'd have gotten about $18,000 recoup of potential revenue, and all of our expenses would have been recouped. So that's the story.
And I was planning on showing up my first year singing to open it up.
Yeah.
Singing?
Yeah.
We'll take you up on that.
Sign him up for next year.
Yeah, we'll sign him up for next year.
There might be insurance related to that.
It's actually a good fundraiser, see the mayor sing that.
Yeah,
No, what did I
okay.
just
See,
do?
but not here.
Are we handing out tomatoes too?
Oh, my goodness. All right, back on you, sir.
So, this is really a very, very unusual situation. It's absolutely nothing the ADBA did to create this. They bought insurance to mitigate against risk, and the insurance didn't come through. So I think it's an investment of $1,200 to make them whole again. So if
Yeah, it seems reasonable. Motion to approve.
Motion to approve, Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh,
Havens.
Dozier.
Gant.
All right, second, Gant. Discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. All right, that passed unanimously. And thank you, Drew, for doing that. Thank you. All right. New business 3, discussion and possible motion to amend section 1433 of the Apex Code of Ordinances related to prohibited noises.
Yeah, I'm not
Mr.
presenting
Mahaffey.
that.
Councilmember Mahaffey. Can you hear us?
Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for hearing this item, everyone. This has been a long kind of process that we're at the end of, hopefully. So just to set the stage here and give you some context, the noise ordinances in Wake County are fairly varied throughout the municipalities. The most permissive noise ordinance is in Raleigh. They allowed 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. or 7 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. 7 days a week. The surrounding suburbs have a variety of less restrictive, or more restrictive, I guess, noise ordinances. So as you know, we get a trickle of complaints about these. Occasionally hear someone. We have a lot of construction in Apex. This is a big quality of life issue. It's my opinion that 8:30 p.m. is too late of a shut-off time. And what I've done initially was I brought forward a copy of the Cary and the Holly Springs noise ordinance, wanting to argue that it's more appropriate to have an ordinance that matches our neighbors than it does to have an ordinance which matches Raleigh. And I forgot to mention, our ordinance currently matches the Raleigh ordinance. And the proposal initially was to instead match the Cary and Holly Springs ordinance. So once I brought that forward, there was some discussion in committee. I don't think we came to an agreement. I then went out and tried to engage other stakeholders, including citizens, including the HBA, the Wake County HBA, to gather more feedback and see how people feel about this and try to come to some compromise solution. And what we have today actually is not the Cary Holly Springs ordinance. It's, I would say, midway between where we were and Cary and Holly Springs. It allows. Let me just kind of discuss the changes that happened on top of the Cary and Holly Springs ordinance. So Cary Holly Springs is approximately 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, 9:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday. Construction prohibited. Construction noise is prohibited. What this ordinance does is it changes it from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. so it adds an hour, and that's a key change. It changes the language to make it clear it's the creation of loud and excessive noise, not just construction activity. It's loud and excessive noise construction activity. And I want to clarify that's a term that is used in other places in our ordinance. It's not a new term that we're creating. And there's another section describing some, I believe it's any two people from two different households who complain about a noise is evidence of something being loud and excessive. And the other change, which was suggested by some citizens, is that we clarify that construction does not include owner-occupied residential projects completed solely by the property owner, which does not require a building permit. So someone working on a small project in their own home wouldn't be covered under this anymore. So in that sense, this ordinance is actually more permissive for individual homeowners than what we have today. So these changes, the other two changes, were suggested by the HBA. We've reached what we call an acceptable compromise between the two. I think this was a useful exercise of, building channels between at least myself and the construction and home builder community. And the ordinance as it stands is something which I think addresses a lot of concerns. The 7 p.m., one more comment about that is there was some concern about daytime hours being really hot in Apex and wanting to do later into the evening. And I heard that, and I explored the possibility of doing a seasonal schedule where we could be later in the summer, but still to 6 p.m. in the other seasons. And there were some legal issues with that about how we regulate noise and that not being a viable path. So we just went ahead and added an hour across the board. So that's about it. The other thing I want to note is I also had the effective date changed to January 1st, 2021, in the event there's any construction in progress which may be impacted. So with that, I am happy to have a discussion or answer any questions from the rest of the council.
Thank you.
Mr. Mahaffey, this is Cheryl. Did you have a lot of concerns from the builders that you talked with about this modification?
Well, the concerns that they had were the reason that it was delayed until this meeting. They requested that they had some more time to evaluate it, and the changes that you see before you actually were suggested by them that I agreed to integrate as a compromise proposal between myself and the HBA. So they did have the same concerns about the hours and about the specifically the definition of what is considered a construction activity. The modifier of loud and excessive noise, I think, provides a sense of maybe. I think the concern honestly was that the ordinance may be abused by a single person, like someone's walking over there while carrying a hammer. Now that's a construction activity because it's accessory to it. So making the definition of loud and excessive, which again is a term that's common in our ordinance, make sure that we're doing something reasonable. Because it's not the intention of preventing all activity at all. The intention honestly is that someone can have the consistency and reliability of a schedule, that they can schedule something on a Sunday and know that there's not going to be a backhoe out there, or they're not going to be, grading the lot or taking down trees or something. There was some concern about, what I discussed already, the time and why we changed to 7 p.m., and I think that's a good compromise. And again, Cary and Holly Springs, I do want to mention, I did reach out to some of our colleagues in Cary and Holly Springs. They're not aware of any complaints about their current noise ordinance. They actually didn't even know what it was. There had been no requests that they're aware of to modify the ordinance to be more permissive like Raleigh. And I still believe that as their neighbors, some consistency would be nice between us, but I'm happy with this compromise to go somewhere in the middle.
Any other discussion?
So my thoughts on this are that as someone who's lived next to a train crossing where they honk for 11 years now, all hours of the day, I'm sensitive to noise. I just don't see something that's temporary in the same category even close. People are furious about this, and then when the house is built, they don't care anymore. And so there's a lot of concern, and that just goes away. And so I'm going to oppose this. I don't think we have a problem. I actually suggested a slightly later time on Sundays and Saturdays in the planning committee, and that was not, that wasn't what is coming forward here from Mr. Mahaffey. If you want to improve quality of life, we do quiet zones in downtown, because the train is loud, and the one near me is going to eventually close up because that's a future development, most likely that will close. But the ones in downtown, the same train goes by, and there's a cost to that, but it comes by at like 3 a.m. and is louder than any construction that you can imagine, I think. So I think that there's context here, and this is free, basically, to us, but it's not free to, as was in some of the comments, it's not actually free to people who are working either. So I think we should do quiet zones. I've put that high on my list every year that I've been on here, for what it's worth. That's not what we're talking about tonight, but it's my context to see this change.
Say related to.
Well, I would.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Hafford.
I would respond. I mean, I do agree that the trains are an issue as well, and the construction is temporary, but the temporary construction can last a year or more. And it's a quality of life issue, and I think if we can make a small change to improve the quality of life for our residents, a change which is similar to, but actually not as restrictive as what our neighboring towns enjoy, I don't see why we shouldn't do it. It doesn't, and it's something that I've reached out to the partners in the industry and come to a compromise about. So I've tried my best to put something together here. I hear your concern about the trains. It's not what I'm trying to address at this point.
May I ask Mr. Gant, what were you proposing?
An hour, 2-hour delay in the morning on Saturday and Sunday, and that's it.
So can you, what would that be?
I think it'd be, we didn't, 8 or 9 o'clock a.m. on Saturday and Sunday was what I was thinking, just to take care of the concern of the early morning in the weekend time. We didn't discuss it very much, so it wasn't really fleshed out. It was more of Mr. Mahaffey proposed that, and I said, well, I'll go as far as the early morning on the weekends, I think, is annoying and worthy of maybe adjusting a little bit. But it was a much less extensive change than what we see here.
I would add, as a father of young children, 8:30 p.m. at night is way too late.
And could I also ask, historically, this working on Sundays, isn't that relatively new in Apex? Does anyone know?
It's actually, sorry, to answer, I mean, that was a point of discussion. Typically, they don't work on Sundays. So what happens is there's makeup days. So the hours are being restricted, but it's not like construction currently goes on for all 100 plus hours that are allowed now. They work a relatively reasonable schedule, but if it rains, they might make that up by working later one evening, or they might make that up by working on a Sunday. Is kind of how it works, which is fine because it's the same number of hours, unless you want to plan an event, and then you really can't plan it for a Sunday. You might have people over for a birthday party, and then because it happened to rain earlier in the week, now they got construction going on. I think it's a small quality of life improvement. It's not too much to ask to have one day a week where you can count on there not being construction. I know that like I said, 8:30 p.m. is just too late if you have little kids. They go to bed at like 7:30. And we agree. I mean, having an early morning that you can depend on sleeping in is also a small quality of life thing. It doesn't shut down all construction at all. And again, these rules are more permissive than what is happening right now in Cary and Holly Springs, which there have been no complaints about, as far as I'm aware.
So my biggest concern about this was that, I was concerned that when this first came out, about not allowing any construction at all. But that's not what this does. This is talking about loud excessive noise, so we're still talking, they're able to come in and paint. They're able to still come in and do other things that are not, the loud, roofing or, doing things like that. So I'm okay with this as written. I think that having a day where you're expected to be, no construction to happen is reasonable. Limiting the hour to 7 o'clock, I think, I don't have a problem with that either in the evening. So, and given that you reached out to the HBA and they were the Home Builders Association, and they were the ones that said, okay with this, I think we're good.
To be clear, the word we're using is acceptable compromise.
Yep.
All right. Anything else? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, motion to approve, Councilmember Killingsworth.
A second.
Second,
Dozier.
Mayor Pro Tem Dozier. Any further discussion?
I'll just say related to the quiet zones with the train, we worked for a couple of years on that, and unfortunately, it just was an impossibility. I mean, even down to inviting our congressional members, Holding and Price, to help with that. Price came in, did a roundtable of 30-some people here, and we did some measures and stuff through the environmental committee, but unfortunately, we just, for some reason, are not able to get a quiet zone. I really wish that would be different, but worked on that for a lot, so I agree with you on that. But for some reason, we can't even a congressional member can't compel CSX to do that. Even then we had that significant amount of money we were paying for that one zone, and it still does it. I get awakened the same as you, like that too. It's unfortunate. Yeah.
Well,
Thank you for raising it, but it's unfortunate.
Well, I think.
Well, I live in the quiet zone, and we still get.
That's why I said we
train
paid
sounds.
a significant amount of money.
Right. It's in the budget, I think, or in the CIP at some point for certain.
No, I mean the
stupid
other one
hikes.
we already did, and it didn't. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
That was the first council I was on. We did that, and it still didn't work.
I'm not sure I'm the most, but I hate the train company more than any company in the United States, I would say. maybe like people that poison people. Besides that, but anyway, it is a different issue. It's just my context.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, yeah, it's just,
Yeah.
yeah.
I think it's worth still pursuing it because it is annoying, but that's a different conversation.
Anything else on the discussion?
Well, another thing, I think I'm gonna lose this vote, but the reason I have the context of having the train and knowing 3 a.m. it comes by and it's annoying. That won't happen here even with current conditions. I don't know what the consequences are of this, and that's why I think the light touch is was my preference, because I don't know how much this will increase building costs. It may be small, but it may be. I mean, I don't know the consequences of this either. I mean, Holly Springs and Cary do it. I don't know how much baked in higher or low, or, what the incremental cost is to doing this. And there has to be a cost because you don't have the makeup days, the projects are delayed, the construction goes on longer in this proposal. So that was why I kind of proposed the light touch that we're not appearing to not adopt. But that's my secondary reason of kind of just proposing the small thing, is just because I don't know the consequences of this.
Well, two of us asked you for more specifics, so you have the opportunity to put something on the table to have asked for a friendly motion to your, an amendment to the motion. That's why we were asking for more.
Well,
that was your opportunity.
I would say it's incompatible with the text here. I mean, there's a whole day missing. The Sunday is missing in this versus that was just tweaking Sunday. So,
Okay.
Anybody else? Can we vote? All right. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no?
No.
All right, it passes 3-1. All right, we move now to the last item. Possible motion to go into closed session to discuss personnel matter, then of course the added items. So do I have a motion?
So moved.
All right.
Second, Dozier.
All right, discussion. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no? All right, it's unanimous. We'll move to closed session.
I forgot. I was like, where is everybody?
Always ready, though.
We needed to call an engineer perspective.
That's what I thought we were going to do on that.
Go ahead, we'll run it down.
Have all those drawings
closed session for a little while.
Correct. No problemo.
I have no idea. Okay, all right. All right, motion to approve a resolution authorizing eminent domain proceedings related to the I-540 and Sunset Lake Road sewer easements for the improvement of the Apex sewer system.
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, motion approved, Council.
Second, Dozier.
All right. Discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no? All right, it passed unanimously. Thank you. All right. Any other business? All right. All right, meeting adjourned.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So late tonight.
Next time, let's get another mask.
Really sharp, by the way, too, when I came in.
Lori, next time.
Learn my lesson.
Wear another mask next time. You don't like